first thing Clara Whitmore saw was the rifle. The second was the blood. The stranger stood in the centre of her snow-covered yard as if he had walked straight out of a grave and simply forgotten to lie down again. Wind drove white sheets of snow across the mountain slope behind him. His coat was crusted with ice. One sleeve was dark with blood from shoulder to wrist. A battered leather satchel hung from his hand, and dangling from his fingers was a broken pocket watch. The watch swung once, twice, then stopped, just like everything else in Clara's life. The words came out harder than she intended. The stranger looked at Mort Feher through the storm. He was enormous. Broad shoulders, thick beard coated with frost, a face carved by mountain winters and old grief. Most men would have argued. Most men would have pushed. Most men looked at a widow living alone on a mountainside and assumed she was easy prey. This man simply nodded. His voice was low, tired. Then he turned away and nearly collapsed. Clara caught the porch railing before she rushed forward. She hated herself for moving. Hated herself for caring. Because the last time she opened her door to trouble, trouble had buried her husband. The stranger stumbled through the snow. 3 more steps. Then he dropped to one knee. The pocket watch slipped from his hand and disappeared beneath the drifting white. For several seconds neither of them moved. The wind screamed between the pine trees. The storm deepened. Finally Clara closed her eyes. The stranger looked up. His gaze held hers. There was gratitude there. But something else too. Something broken. Something familiar. That should have been the beginning. Instead, Clara would later realize it was the moment her entire future changed. Because before spring arrived, before the court records surfaced, before hidden mine ledgers ruined powerful men, before she learned the truth about her husband's death, she gave shelter to a stranger carrying a dead watch. And she had no idea that the man standing in her doorway was connected to the worst day of her life. The cabin groaned under the weight of the storm. Clara shut the door against the wind while the stranger stood quietly near the entrance. Water dripped from his coat onto the wooden floor. The room smelled of pine smoke and melting snow. Simple shelves lined the walls. A cast-iron stove glowed in one corner. Nothing fancy. Nothing wasted. Everything earned. The stranger glanced around. Clara removed a kettle from the stove. He nodded, as though that answer made perfect sense. Many men found it strange. A woman repairing her own roof. cutting her own firewood, managing her own accounts, surviving alone 3 winters after becoming a widow. The stranger simply accepted it. That alone made him different. He obeyed. Clara noticed the way he lowered himself carefully. The stiffness. The pain. Definitely injured. She retrieved a medical tin from a cabinet. The stranger's eyes narrowed slightly. She pointed at the blood. For a moment she expected resistance. Instead he sighed. He removed his coat. The wound revealed itself immediately. A deep gash across his upper arm. Not fresh. Not clean either. Clara frowned. She stared at him. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Almost. Men. Especially mountain men. Especially stubborn ones. Clara cleaned the wound while he sat motionless. Most patients complained. Most flinched. This man endured the pain in silence. The silence bothered her. People talked when they were comfortable. People talked when they lied. People talked when they wanted something. This man spoke only when necessary. Eventually Clara asked the question. He watched the fire. She waited. Nothing followed. A pause. The name meant nothing to her. At least not yet. He nodded. Her hand stopped. Clara's expression hardened. The Whitmore claim. The abandoned mining tract her husband had spent years working before his death. Land that brought more trouble than profit. Land everyone in the county seemed interested in lately. Ridge stared into the flames. Not a real answer. But not exactly a lie either. Clara finished wrapping the wound. When she stepped back, Ridge carefully reached into his satchel. For one tense moment she wondered if he was armed. Instead he withdrew several folded bills. Payment. He placed them on the table. Clara frowned. Her eyes narrowed. Ridge glanced toward a nearly empty sack beside the pantry. The answer was obvious. Yet somehow she felt as if he noticed far more than flour. as if he'd walked into the cabin and understood her life within minutes. That unsettled her. The storm worsened outside. Snow hammered the walls. Branches scraped against the roof. Neither spoke for several minutes. Eventually Clara served stew. Ridge ate slowly, like a man accustomed to rationing food, like someone who understood hunger. When the bowl was empty, he set down the spoon. From me? Yes. Again that almost smile appeared, then vanished. The silence returned. This time Clara broke it. The question escaped before she could stop it. Immediately she regretted asking. Ridge's eyes moved to the pocket watch resting on the table. The broken watch. The one he'd nearly lost in the snow. His expression changed. Not dramatically. Just enough. A door closing. The word landed heavily. Clara understood. Widows recognized grief the way sailors recognize storms. Sometimes you couldn't see it. You simply felt it. The room grew quieter. Mine are gone too, she said softly. Ridge looked at her. For the first time all evening. Really looked. And suddenly neither needed details. Neither needed explanations. The fire cracked. Wind rattled the windows. Two strangers sat across from each other carrying ghosts. Hours later, Clara prepared a spare bed near the stove. It wasn't tea much. But it was warm. Ridge stood. His eyebrow lifted. You snore, and Mott may throw you back into the snow. The almost smile appeared again. Stronger this time. Then disappeared. As he settled onto the bedroll, Clara climbed the ladder to the loft above. Sleep should have come easily. It didn't. Something felt wrong. Not dangerous. Just unfinished. The storm continued through the night. Sometime after midnight a sound woke her. Not footsteps. Not movement. A voice. She froze. The cabin remained dark except for dying embers below. Again. A voice. Ridge. Talking in his sleep. Clara listened. At first the words made no sense. Fragments. Names. Apologies. Then one sentence emerged clearly. The pain in those words stopped her cold. Silence followed. Then another sentence. barely audible. Clara's eyes opened wider. The mine. Not a mine. The mine. As if there was only one. As if it still haunted him. Below, Ridge turned restlessly. Then everything became quiet. But Clara no longer slept. Because her husband had died in a mine. 3 years ago. A collapse. Officially unavoidable. At least that was what the company claimed. The next morning dawn arrived grey and bitterly cold. The storm had passed. Fresh snow blanketed the mountains. Ridge was already awake. Outside. Splitting firewood. Clara stood in the doorway staring. A stack nearly waist-high Gerhardt already stood beside the shed. Ridge swung the axe again. Another log split cleanly. Clara shook her head. Strange man. By noon he was preparing to leave. His horse had rested. His wound looked better. Everything suggested their paths would separate. Yet something held her attention. Perhaps the watch. Perhaps the sadness. Perhaps the mystery. Or perhaps loneliness recognized loneliness. Ridge tightened his saddle straps. Then paused. His gaze fixed on something near the porch. A weathered wooden crate. Inside were old papers. Mining records. Property notices. Documents Clara never bothered organizing. Ridge stared. Too long. When he finally looked away, she noticed it immediately. Nothing. Too quick. Too practiced. Clara crossed her arms. Ridge hesitated. For the first time since arriving, he appeared uncertain. Then he walked toward the crate. Reached inside. And withdrew a folded document. A mining company notice. One she'd seen dozens of times. One she'd never read carefully. Ridge unfolded it. His jaw tightened. His face went still. Dangerously still. Ridge slowly handed the paper back. For several seconds he seemed to wrestle with something. A decision. A truth. Finally he spoke. The way he said her name made her stomach tighten. He looked toward the mountains. Toward distant ridges hidden beneath snow. Toward something buried in the past. Then his eyes returned to hers. and for the first time she saw genuine shock in them. Not fear. Not anger. Shock. As if he had just discovered something impossible. Something neither of them understood yet. His next words hit harder than the storm. Your husband worked at Blackstone Ridge Mine. Didn't he? Clara felt the blood drain from her face. Ridge didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at the document. At the company seal. At a signature near the bottom. Then he whispered one sentence. A sentence that made the world suddenly feel far less stable than it had an hour earlier. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The mountain air seemed to vanish from Clara's lungs. She stood frozen beside the porch while Ridge Calloway faced her across the snow-covered yard. The words echoed through her mind. Mott was the man who tried to shut that mine down. Every muscle in her body tightened. 3 years of grief. 3 years of unanswered questions. 3 years of hearing the same explanation repeated by company lawyers, town officials, and newspaper articles. The collapse was unavoidable. The accident could not have been predicted. No one was responsible. That was the story everyone told. But now a stranger had arrived carrying blood, ghosts, and a broken watch. And he was claiming something entirely different. Clara slowly folded the document. Ridge's expression remained unreadable. The cold suddenly felt sharper. His jaw tightened. The words landed heavily. Evidence. Not rumours. Not gossip. Evidence. Clara looked toward the mountains. Far beyond the pine-covered slope stood Blackstone Ridge. The mine that had fed the county. The mine that had buried her husband. The mine that had somehow remained profitable despite the funerals. Despite the injuries. Despite the widows. Ridge glanced toward the sky. Clouds were moving in again. Not another storm. Just enough weather to remind travellers not to waste daylight. Finally he removed his gloves. Clara's eyes narrowed. Something in her voice surprised him. Not because it was loud. Because it was tea. People who knew Clara Whitmore understood that her quiet voice was often more dangerous than shouting. Ridge studied her for several seconds. Then he nodded once. They returned inside. The cabin felt smaller than before. The stove crackled softly. The smell of coffee lingered in the air. Neither sat immediately. Eventually Ridge took a chair near the table. Clara remained standing. Waiting. Watching. Ridge rested his forearms on his knees. When Mott worked for the mining company, Mott handled transportation contracts. Clara blinked. The answer surprised her. She had expected a lawyer, an inspector, a government official, not a company employee. Ridge continued. Mott hauled supplies between camps. Equipment. Timber. Payroll shipments. The words came slowly, as though each one carried weight. Clara listened carefully. His voice hardened. The room grew quieter. Clara folded her arms. Ridge nodded. The statement carried certainty, not assumption. Certainty. As far as the company was concerned, replacing a miner cost less than fixing a tunnel. The sentence landed like a hammer. Clara stared at him. Part of her wanted to reject the claim. Not because she trusted the company. Because accepting it would hurt. Because it would mean Nathan hadn't simply died. It would mean someone allowed him to die. The distinction mattered. Ridge reached into his satchel. The worn leather looked older than she'd first realized. Carefully he withdrew several folded papers. Some were weathered. Others carried official seals. He placed them on the table. Clara approached cautiously. Payroll reports. Supply manifests. Inspection notices. Numbers. Dates. Signatures. She recognized very little. But one thing stood out immediately. Several pages contained corrections. Figures scratched out. Totals rewritten. Ridge looked up. She examined another document. And another. A pattern emerged. Shipments recorded twice. Expenses disappearing. Equipment listed as repaired despite replacement requests. The details meant little individually. Together they felt wrong. Very wrong. The answer came quietly. The room fell silent. Clara knew what came next. Because she had lived the consequences. Ridge nodded. The pain behind his eyes became visible. Not dramatic. Not theatrical. Just old. And deep. Clara swallowed. Nathan was one of them. 23. The number still haunted the county. The newspapers had stopped mentioning it years ago. The families never did. Ridge leaned back slightly. His mouth twisted. The memory clearly tasted bitter. Clara stared. A humorless laugh escaped him. She blinked. The fire cracked behind them. His voice remained calm. Too calm. The implications settled over the room like dust. Someone had intervened. Someone with influence. Money. Power. Connections. None of that surprised Clara. Not really. What surprised her was how familiar it felt. For years she had sensed pieces missing from the official story. Questions nobody wanted asked. Records nobody wanted examined. Now she sat across from a man who apparently spent years chasing those same shadows. A dangerous coincidence. Or perhaps not a coincidence at all. Ridge looked toward the window. Snow drifted lazily through the afternoon light. His gaze returned to hers. Clara felt her stomach tighten. Ridge nodded. The room suddenly seemed smaller. Closer. The answer frustrated her immediately. For a moment neither spoke. Then Clara sat across from him. The question hung between them. Ridge understood exactly what she meant. Not why he stopped during the storm. Not why he carried old documents. Why he had crossed these mountains at all. His eyes drifted toward the broken watch resting nearby. His hand moved unconsciously toward it. A habit. A reflex. A wound. Clara waited. The answer surprised her. He paused, carefully choosing his words. The distinction mattered. Clara could tell. His expression darkened. The room became very quiet. That sounded less like bad luck. More like danger. Clara studied him. The bruises. The healing wound. The exhaustion. For the first time she wondered if the injury on his arm was accidental. Ridge's eyes narrowed slightly. Nothing dramatic. just enough to confirm she'd touched something important. The answer arrived too quickly. A lie. Not a complete lie, perhaps, but not the whole truth. Clara had spent years reading people. Widows learned that skill quickly, especially widows forced to negotiate debts, forced to survive, forced to recognize dishonesty before it ruined them. She didn't challenge him. Not yet. Instead, she rose and collected the documents. The papers felt heavier now, as though knowledge had weight. Maybe it did. When she reached for one final sheet near the bottom of the stack, something slipped free. A photograph. Old. Damaged. Black and white. Clara stared. A woman stood beside a smiling young girl. The picture had been folded so many times that cracks ran through both faces. Ridge moved instantly. Too late. Clara had already seen. The little girl could have been older than 7. Dark hair. Bright eyes. The kind of smile children wear before they learn how cruel life can be. The room changed. Not physically. Emotionally. Suddenly the giant mountain man seemed smaller. Not weak. Just human. Clara carefully handed back the photograph. Ridge accepted it. His thumb brushed gently across the damaged image. For several seconds he said nothing. A pause. The silence afterward felt sacred. No further explanation was necessary. None existed. Grief recognized grief. Again, the same way it had the night before. Ridge returned the photograph to his satchel. His movements were careful, almost reverent. Clara looked away, giving him privacy, giving him dignity, something few grieving people received. Minutes later, Ridge stood. The statement surprised her, for reasons she did entirely understand. The cabin would feel emptier without him. Not because she trusted him completely. Because she didn't. Not yet. But uncertainty was strangely preferable to loneliness. Outside, Ridge tightened the saddle again. The horse stamped impatiently. Ready for travel. Clara remained on the porch, watching, thinking. Questions multiplied faster than answers. Who was the missing witness? Why had someone wanted them silenced? Why did Nathan S.'s name appear in old company records? Why had Ridge arrived at Motfee her cabin now? Not last year. Not 2 years ago. Now. As if invisible threads had finally pulled their lives together. Ridge mounted the horse. Clara nodded. A faint smile appeared. Then he reached into his coat, produced a folded piece of paper, and handed it to her. Clara frowned. If anyone asks about me, don't mention that document. Her pulse quickened. Before she could ask another question, Ridge tipped his hat, then rode away. The horse disappeared slowly between the snow-covered pines. Within minutes he was gone. Only hoofprints remained. And silence. Clara stood there for a long time. Eventually she unfolded the paper he'd given her. At first glance it looked ordinary. A copy of a payroll ledger. Rows of names. Dates. Wages. Nothing unusual. Then she noticed a mark beside Nathan Whitmore's name. A symbol. Tiny. Almost invisible. Someone had circled it in pencil. Below the page, Ridge had written a single sentence. The handwriting was rough. Direct. Urgent. Find out why your husband's name is the only one marked. Clara's heartbeat quickened. She stared at the page. Then at the mountains. Then back at the page. Because beneath Nathan Whitmore's name was something she had never seen before. A payment entry dated 6 weeks after his death. And whoever received that money had signed with a name Clara had never heard in her life. The name at the bottom of the payroll ledger haunted Clara for 3 days. Elias Mercer. She had never heard it before. Not from Nathan. Not from the miners. Not from anyone in town. Yet according to the ledger, someone named Elias Mercer had signed for a payment issued 6 weeks after Nathan Whitmore was already buried beneath a hill overlooking the church. It made no sense. And when something did make sense, Clara had learned not to ignore it. The third morning after Ridge departure began before sunrise. A bitter wind rattled the cabin walls while darkness still covered the mountains. Clara sat at Mortfee her kitchen table with a lantern beside her and Nathan's old account books spread across the wood. Most people would have seen only numbers. She saw patterns. Nathan used to joke that she could find a missing penny in a $1,000 ledger. The joke wasn't entirely wrong. Bookkeeping had paid many of their bills during the early years of marriage. Even after Nathan started working the mine, Clara handled household records. She trusted numbers more than people. Numbers usually told the truth. Eventually. The problem was that the payroll page Ridge had given her didn't belong to any records she possessed. It came from somewhere else. Somewhere inside the company. Which meant somebody had either hidden it or wanted it found. Neither possibility comforted her. She rubbed tired eyes. The lantern flickered. Outside, dawn slowly painted the snow-covered peaks grey. A sharp knock sounded at the door. Clara frowned. Nobody visited mountain cabins before sunrise. Nobody sensible anyway. She opened the door carefully. A young boy stood on the porch. 15 years old at most. Thin. Freckled. Breathing hard. Mrs. Whitmore. She recognized him immediately. Tommy Fletcher. The blacksmith's son. The boy swallowed. Her stomach tightened. Tommy shifted uneasily. Silence. Then anger. Quiet anger. The kind that settled deep. Not the explosive kind. The lasting kind. Clara looked toward the road leading down the mountain. Tommy nodded. So was she. The bank had been circling her property for months. First came letters. Then warnings. Then legal notices. Now apparently they had moved to public humiliation. The favourite weapon of small-town institutions. Make an example of someone. Let everyone watch. Fear did the rest. Clara grabbed her coat. Thank you, Tommy. The boy hesitated. He looked uncomfortable. Her pulse slowed. Tommy's expression answered before his mouth did. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The cabin. The land. Everything. Clara closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. Tommy shifted again. Of course there was. The boy glanced around, as if worried someone might overhear. Clara's attention sharpened immediately. Her heartbeat quickened. Tommy lowered his voice. The world seemed to pause. Just for a second. Then move again. The boy looked nervous. About Ridge. Of course, Clara already suspected his injury had not come from road agents. Now she was nearly certain. Tommy swallowed. That settled it. People searching politely didn't usually carry rifles through snowstorms. Clara thanked him again. After he left, she stood alone on the porch. The mountains stretched endlessly beneath the morning sky. Cold. Beautiful. Dangerous. Somewhere out there, Ridge Calloway was travelling through snow-covered passes. And apparently someone wanted to find him. Badly. The realization unsettled her more than she expected. She told herself it was because he carried information. Because he knew something about Nathan. Because answers mattered. The explanation sounded reasonable. It wasn't entirely true. The truth was simpler. She didn't want another person carrying grief to end up in a grave. Not if she could help it. By midday she reached town. Iron Creek sat nestled between two mountain ridges. Smoke rose from chimneys. Wagons rolled through muddy streets. Men gathered outside the feed store discussing winter prices. Women moved between shops carrying supplies. Life continued. As it always did. No matter who suffered. No matter who died. The bank notice was impossible to miss. A large paper nailed directly to a public board near the centre of town. People slowed as they passed. Some stared openly. Others pretended not to. Clara walked toward it. Every step felt heavier. She read the notice once. Then again. The language was formal. Cold. Legal. The debt owed by Clara Whitmore must be satisfied within 30 days. Failure to comply would result in seizure and auction of all attached assets. Land included. Home included. Everything included. Her jaw tightened. 30 days. The bank finally had a deadline. A clock. Pressure. Exactly what they wanted. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Clara turned. Sheriff Jonah Reeves stood nearby. Tall. Grey-haired. Older than most lawmen. Unlike many men carrying badges, Reeves rarely enjoyed other people's misery. Clara appreciated that. Morning, Sheriff. He removed his hat. His eyes moved toward the notice. He sighed. For several moments neither spoke. Then Reeves lowered his voice. Clara looked at him. The sheriff shrugged. Interesting. Very interesting. Land around the abandoned mine had suddenly become valuable. Again, the question was why. Reeves glanced around before speaking. Clara's pulse nearly stopped. She forced herself to remain calm. The sheriff frowned. The world suddenly felt smaller. Much smaller. Reeves scratched his chin. Clara stared. The sheriff's expression darkened. A cold sensation crawled up her spine. The payroll ledger. The signature. The payment after Nathan S. death. And now property purchased by someone nobody had seen. That wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. Before she could ask another question, shouting erupted from across the street. A crowd had gathered near the mercantile. Several people were arguing. Clara recognized one of them immediately. Edwin Harrow, president of Iron Creek Bank. Owner of half the mortgages in the county. A man who smiled constantly and cared about almost nothing except money. Harrow noticed Clara. His smile widened. That alone made her suspicious. Mrs. Whitmore. He approached with arms open, as though greeting an old friend. The sheriff's expression cooled instantly. Clara remained calm. Harrow's smile never faltered. There it was. The performance. Public politeness hiding private cruelty. A favourite tactic among respectable predators. Clara folded her arms. His eyes drifted toward nearby townspeople. An audience. Of course. He spoke loudly enough for others to hear. Several people shifted uncomfortably. They knew what he was doing. So did Clara. Public pressure. Public shame. The illusion of fairness. She met his gaze. A few heads turned. Harrow's smile weakened slightly. Silence. Small. Subtle. Important. Because Clara noticed something. For the first time all conversation around them stopped. Not completely. Just enough. Enough to matter. Harrow recovered quickly. The smile vanished entirely. Only for a second. But she saw it. So did Sheriff Reeves. Interesting. Very interesting. The banker tipped his hat, then walked away. The conversation appeared harmless. Yet Clara felt something shift. A reaction. A crack. A weakness. Perhaps the first one. That evening she returned to the cabin with supplies loaded into the wagon. Snow began falling again. Not heavily. Just enough to blur distant mountains. As she approached home, something immediately felt wrong. The horse sensed it too. Its ears flattened. Its pace slowed. Clara's pulse quickened. The cabin stood exactly where it should. The shed remained intact. The chimney still smoked faintly. Yet instinct screamed. Wrong. Very wrong. She climbed from the wagon. Slowly. Carefully. Then saw it. Boot prints. Fresh. Leading to her door. Not one set. 3. The cold suddenly felt sharper. Her hand moved toward the revolver beneath the wagon seat. The prints hadn't been there this morning. Someone had visited. Someone who knew she was gone. Snow drifted quietly across the yard. Everything looked peaceful. It wasn't tea. Clara approached the cabin. One step at a time. The door stood closed. Nothing appeared disturbed. Still. Something waited. She knew it. At the threshold she stopped. Then noticed an envelope nailed directly into the wood. No stamp. No address. Just her name. Written in dark ink. Clara Whitmore. Her heartbeat accelerated. She pulled the envelope free. Opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper. One sentence. Nothing more. No signature. No explanation. Just a warning. Stay away from Blackstone Ridge, or you'll end up beside your husband. The paper slipped slightly in her fingers. And for the first time since Ridge Calloway rode away into the mountains, Clara realized someone else knew she was asking questions. Clara read the note 3 times. The words never changed. Stay away from Blackstone Ridge, or you'll end up beside your husband. The threat was simple. Direct. Personal. which made it more frightening than elaborate warnings ever could have been. Snowflakes landed on the paper, slowly dissolving the ink. Clara folded the note and slipped it into her coat pocket. Then she drew the revolver. The cabin remained silent. Smoke drifted from the chimney. The scene looked ordinary. That worried her even more. She pushed the door open. Nothing. No movement. No voices. No sign of forced entry. The stove still held warm coals. The table stood exactly where she'd left it. A lantern rested beside Nathan's old account books. Everything appeared untouched. Yet Clara knew better. Someone had been here. The footprints proved it. She searched every room. The pantry. The loft. The storage shed. The root cellar. Nothing was missing. At least nothing obvious. Which raised a worse possibility. The visitors hadn't come to steal. They had come to send a message. That meant they already believed she possessed something dangerous. The question was what? Clara returned to the table and spread out the papers Ridge had left behind. The payroll ledger. The payment entry. The mysterious signature. Elias Mercer. A dead miner. A false payment. A hidden property owner. And now a threat. The pieces were beginning to connect. Not clearly, but enough to form a pattern. Someone wanted the past buried. Someone with resources. Someone confident enough to threaten a widow living alone on a mountain. Most people would have been intimidated. Clara felt something else. Anger. Not loud anger. Not reckless anger. The cold, steady kind that sharpened the mind. Because whoever wrote that note had made one mistake. They assumed fear would stop her. Instead, it reminded her of Nathan. The memory arrived unexpectedly. Nathan laughing while repairing a fence. Nathan carrying flour sacks into the cabin. Nathan sitting at Mott for this very table pretending not to notice when she corrected his bookkeeping mistakes. Small memories. Ordinary memories. The kind that hurt most. For years she had accepted his death because she lacked proof to challenge it. Now proof might exist. And someone was afraid she would find it. That changed everything. The next morning Clara rode into town before sunrise. The note rested inside her coat. She intended to show it to Sheriff Reeves. What happened instead changed the course of the entire investigation. The sheriff wasn't in his office. A deputy informed her he had ridden south before dawn to investigate a livestock dispute. He might be gone all day. Possibly longer. Frustration settled in immediately. She considered leaving the note, then changed her mind. No. Not yet. Too many unknowns. Too many people connected to too many secrets. Instead, she walked toward the county records office, a narrow brick building near the courthouse. Most residents rarely entered. Clara had spent enough years managing paperwork to appreciate the value of records. Land deeds didn't lie. Property transfers didn't forget. Signatures had a way of surviving long after people stopped talking. Inside, the office smelled of dust and old paper. Stacks of ledgers filled shelves from floor to ceiling. Behind a desk sat Martha Bell. 60 years old. Sharp-eyed. Known throughout the county for remembering documents better than most people remembered relatives. Martha looked up. The older woman smiled. Martha laughed softly. Clara sat across from the desk. The smile vanished. Not completely. Just enough. Clara noticed immediately. Interesting. Martha hesitated. That was tear denial. Clara leaned forward. The older woman glanced toward the door, then lowered her voice. Exactly as Sheriff Reeves had said. Martha opened a ledger, flipped several pages, stopped. Clara examined the entry. Property purchase. Survey parcel number. Transfer fee paid in full. Everything looked legitimate. Except for one detail. The witness signature. She recognized it instantly. Edwin Harrow, President of Iron Creek Bank. Her eyes narrowed. Of course. Martha followed her gaze. The older woman sighed. Clara felt a chill. Martha tapped the ledger. Another tap. Another. Another. Silence settled. The conclusion was obvious. A man who existed on paper but nowhere else. A ghost. Or a disguise. Martha frowned. That answer bothered Clara. Records offices existed specifically to know such things. Unless somebody had ensured the trail remained vague. The possibility seemed increasingly likely. Before Clara could ask more questions, the front door opened. Both women turned. A tall man entered. Expensive coat. Polished boots. Silver watch chain. Attorney Samuel Pike. One of the most successful lawyers in the county. And one of Edwin Harrow's closest associates. His arrival immediately changed the atmosphere. Pike smiled politely. The smile never reached his eyes. Good morning, ladies. Martha returned to her paperwork. Clara remained still. The lawyer glanced toward the ledger on the desk. Then toward Clara. Recognition flashed briefly. Not surprise. Recognition. As if he already knew why she was there. That alone alarmed her. Pike removed his gloves. Mrs. Whitmore. Mr. Pike. His smile widened. Of course he had. He probably helped draft it. The lawyer's tone suggested otherwise. Clara met his gaze. For a moment something cold appeared behind Pike's pleasant expression. Then vanished. The conversation seemed harmless. Yet Clara felt watched. Measured. Evaluated. The same way predators studied fences before testing them. Eventually Pike completed his business and departed. Only after the door closed did Martha exhale. Clara looked at her. The older woman hesitated, then spoke quietly. The sentence lingered. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Martha stared at the ledger. The ride home felt longer. Snow covered the mountain trails. The sky remained grey. The warning note seemed heavier vacati hat every mile. By late afternoon Clara reached the cabin. Something waited on the porch. A horse. Her pulse jumped immediately. A large bay gelding. Familiar. Very familiar. She knew that horse. Ridge's horse. The animal stood tied near the railing. Alone. No rider. No saddle. No Ridge. The sight sent immediate alarm through her chest. She dismounted quickly. The horse shifted nervously. Its flank carried fresh scratches. One rein had been repaired hastily with leather strips. Not good. Not good at all. Clara hurried forward. A rolled piece of paper was secured beneath the saddle strap. Her hands moved fast. Too fast. She nearly tore it opening the message. The handwriting belonged to Ridge. She recognized it instantly. The note contained only 3 lines. They were looking for the witness. Mort found something. Don't trust Harrow. Clara's heartbeat accelerated. Then she noticed something else. Dark stains on the edge of the paper. Blood. Fresh blood. A lot of it. Fear surged through her. Not fear for herself. For Ridge. The mountain man had discovered something important enough to send a warning. Important enough to bleed over. And perhaps important enough to kill for. Clara looked toward the distant mountains. Storm clouds were gathering beyond the western ridge. Dark. Heavy. Fast-moving. Somewhere beyond those peaks Ridge Calloway was injured. Possibly hunted. Possibly dying. And before she could decide what to do next, another realization struck her. There was writing on the back of the note. A final message. One hurried sentence written with shaking hands. A sentence that made her blood run cold. The witness is T. hiding. He's buried under another name. The witness is T. hiding. He's buried under another name. Clara read the sentence again. And again. The words remained impossible. A witness buried under another name wasn't simply missing. He had been erased. The mountain wind swept across the porch, carrying the scent of snow and pine, but Clara barely felt it. Her thoughts raced. If Ridge was correct, someone had gone far beyond intimidation. Far beyond threats. Far beyond forged records. A false identity attached to a grave meant deliberate concealment. It meant planning. It meant power. And it meant whoever stood behind the Blackstone Ridge secrets had been protecting them for years. She folded the note carefully, then looked at Ridge's horse. The animal shifted uneasily. Its sides trembled vepite at exhaustion. A long ride. A hard ride. The horse had travelled fast. Very fast. And alone. That worried her more than the blood. Ridge would never abandon a horse without reason, which meant he hadn't abandoned it. Something had separated them. The realization settled heavily in her chest. She led the gelding into the barn. The animal immediately drank half a bucket of water. then began eating with desperate hunger. Definitely a hard journey. Definitely recent. As she removed the damaged tack, she noticed another detail. A rifle scabbard. Empty. Ridge's rifle was gone. That could mean nothing. Or everything. Neither possibility comforted her. By nightfall the storm arrived. Snow hammered the cabin roof. Wind screamed through the trees. Visibility vanished completely. Travel became impossible. Which meant if Ridge was stranded somewhere in the mountains, he was stranded alone. Clara sat at the kitchen table staring at the notes. The payroll ledger. The warning letter. Ridge S. messages. Nathan S. records. The pieces no longer looked separate. They looked connected. A single story viewed from different angles. Somewhere inside that story lay the truth. The challenge was finding it before someone buried it permanently. She opened one of Nathan S. old account books. Not because she expected answers. Because numbers helped her think. For nearly 2 hours she compared entries. Expenses. Supplies. Pay stubs. Receipts. Routine household records. Nothing unusual. Then she noticed something strange. A date. 3 weeks before the mine collapse. Nathan had received an unexpected payment. Small. Only $15. But unusual. Very unusual. Miners didn't receive unexplained bonuses. Especially not from Blackstone Ridge. Clara frowned. She turned the page. Another note appeared beside the entry. Nathan's handwriting. Simple. Brief. Must remember to ask Mercer about survey maps. Clara sat perfectly still. Mercer. Not Elias Mercer. Just Mercer. The same name. 3 years before the property purchase. 3 years before the payroll anomaly. 3 years before the mysterious ghost appeared in county records. Her pulse quickened. Nathan knew someone named Mercer. Or thought he did. The discovery changed everything. Because now the name existed before the collapse. Before the cover-up. Before Ridge S. investigation. It was tea invented afterward. It had roots. Real roots. Deep roots. The question was where. The next morning Clara left before sunrise. The storm had weakened. Snow still covered the roads, but travel was possible. Barely. She headed toward the church cemetery, not because she wanted to visit Nathan S. grave, though she always did when she came. She wanted records. Burial records. Death records. Names. If Ridge believed someone had been buried under another identity, the cemetery was a logical place to begin. The caretaker, Walter Hensley, had maintained graves for nearly 20 years. If anyone remembered unusual burials, it would be him. She found him clearing snow near the southern fence. Walter removed his hat when he saw her. Morning. Clara. He leaned on his shovel. The old man laughed softly. Walter considered. Clara chose her words carefully. His expression darkened immediately. The old caretaker nodded slowly. Good. That was promising. Clara glanced toward the rows of headstones. Snow covered nearly everything. White silence stretched across the hillside. Walter frowned. The old man thought for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. Memory surfacing. Clara's heartbeat accelerated. The wind seemed to stop. Just briefly. Walter scratched his beard. Clara listened carefully. The caretaker frowned. Her pulse quickened. That answer landed hard. Very hard. Walter nodded. Of course it had. Banks rarely paid burial expense, especially for strangers. The caretaker closed his eyes briefly. Searching memory. Clara felt her stomach tighten. The name meant nothing, which was exactly the problem. Walter continued. A pause. The old man looked toward the cemetery, toward a distant corner. Silence. Heavy silence. Then Walter added the detail that changed everything. Clara blinked. Walter nodded. Interesting. Very interesting. Because Reeves had never mentioned this. Not once. Which meant either he'd forgotten, or he was still investigating. Neither possibility seemed likely. By noon Clara reached town. Snow melted from rooftops. Wagons filled the streets. Business continued as usual. Yet Clara noticed something immediately. People were watching her. Not everyone. A few. Enough. Whispers followed. Small conversations ended when she approached. The pattern was unmistakable. Someone had started talking. About her. About the debt. About the investigation. Perhaps both. That was exactly how powerful people protected themselves. First they isolated. Then they discredited. Then they destroyed. The process rarely changed. She headed directly toward the sheriff's office. This time Reeves was present. The older lawman looked exhausted. Dark circles rested beneath his eyes. He closed the door behind her. Clara handed him the threat. Then Ridge S notes. Then explained everything. The sheriff read silently. His expression grew darker with every page. When he finished, he sat back heavily. The single word carried considerable weight. Reeves didn't answer immediately. Which answered the question. The sheriff stared at the desk. Clara folded her arms. He sighed. The room remained silent. Finally, Reeves opened a drawer, removed a thin file, and placed it on the desk. Clara stared. Interesting answer. The sheriff tapped the folder. Clara opened the file. Inside lay several reports. Burial permits. Medical records. Witness statements. Most seemed ordinary. Then she reached the final page. The death certificate. Her eyes moved across the document. Name Joseph Miller. Cause of death, pneumonia. Place of death, Iron Creek boarding house. Everything appeared normal. Until she reached the physician's signature. The room suddenly felt colder. Much colder. Because the doctor who signed the certificate had been dead for 6 months before Joseph Miller supposedly died. Clara looked up. Reeves nodded grimly. Neither spoke. Neither needed to. The implication was obvious. The certificate was fraudulent, which meant Joseph Miller probably was T. Joseph Miller. And if Ridge was right, the witness hadn't disappeared. Someone had buried him. The sheriff leaned forward. Clara's pulse quickened again. Reeves hesitated. A rare thing for him. The room went silent. That wasn't coincidence. Not even close. The sheriff knew it. Clara knew it. Anyone with common sense would know it. Someone had erased evidence. Someone thorough. Someone patient. Someone dangerous. Then the office door burst open. A deputy stumbled inside. Out of breath. Snow covered his coat. His face had gone pale. Reeves stood immediately. The deputy looked directly at Clara. Then at the sheriff, and delivered the worst possible news. The sheriff's expression hardened. The deputy swallowed. Every muscle in Clara's body tightened. The deputy's next words hit like a rifle shot. A brief flicker of relief surged through her, then disappeared. Because the deputy wasn't finished. He looked at Clara, then at the blood-stained notes on the desk, and finally spoke the sentence neither of them wanted to hear. For half a second Clara couldn't move. The world narrowed to a single thought. Ridge. Sheriff Reeves was already grabbing his coat. Miller's Gulch, the deputy repeated. About 7 miles west. The sheriff reached for his rifle. The deputy's face answered before his mouth did. Very bad. Within minutes they were riding through fresh snow. The deputy led. Sheriff Reeves followed. Clara rode beside him. Neither man tried to stop her. Neither wasted time arguing. The mountains stretched beneath a grey winter sky. The trail wound through pine forests heavy with snow. Hooves pounded frozen ground. Cold air burned Clara's lungs. Yet her thoughts remained focused on one question. Had Ridge found the witness? Or had the witness found him? The answer mattered. Because somebody was willing to kill to keep secrets buried. 40 minutes later they reached Miller's Gulch. A narrow ravine cut between rocky ridges. Several logging wagons stood nearby. 3 lumbermen waited beside a small fire. One pointed toward a crude shelter beneath an overhanging cliff. The sheriff dismounted immediately. Clara followed. The smell hit her first. Blood. Smoke. Wet wool. Pain. Inside the shelter, Ridge Calloway lay on a pile of blankets. His face was pale. Too pale. A deep bruise darkened one side of his jaw. Blood stained his shirt. His eyes remained closed. For one terrifying second, Clara thought he was dead. Then she saw his chest rise. Barely. But enough. Relief swept through her so suddenly it almost weakened her knees. One of the lumbermen stepped forward. The sheriff examined Ridge carefully. The man shook his head. Another logger spoke. Everyone looked at him. "What do you mean?" Reeves asked. The logger pointed toward the far side of the shelter. Clara's pulse quickened. The sheriff's expression darkened. That matched the pattern. Too well. Threats. False records. Disappearing witnesses. Now ambushes. The same hand seemed to touch everything. Clara moved closer. Her attention shifted immediately from questions to injuries. Years of caring for Nathan. Years of treating cuts. Fevers. Burns. And broken fingers around the cabin. Practical knowledge. Hard-earned knowledge. The kind women learned because nobody else was available. She carefully examined Ridge. Several cracked ribs. Deep bruising. Cuts along his arms. A knife wound near his shoulder. Not fatal. But dangerous. Especially in winter. Especially if infection developed. The sheriff watched her. Clara frowned. That was tea good. Miller's Gulch sat miles from town. Even farther from her cabin. Yet leaving Ridge here wasn't an option. Not anymore. Then she noticed something. His hand. Tightly clenched. As if holding something. Carefully she pried open his fingers. A small object fell into her palm. A brass button. Everyone stared. The button carried an engraved symbol. Simple. Elegant. Expensive. Not something miners wore. Not something labourers owned. Sheriff Reeves took it. His eyes narrowed immediately. The deputy asked. The sheriff nodded slowly. Clara's heartbeat accelerated. The sheriff turned the button over. Silence. The room went still. Nobody spoke. Nobody needed to. The implication was obvious. Someone connected to the bank had been present. Not proof, but close. Very close. Clara looked at Ridge again. The timing felt impossible. He discovers a buried witness. He sends warnings. He gets attacked. And now evidence tied the assault to the same institution threatening her property. The connections were becoming harder to ignore. A low groan interrupted her thoughts. Everyone turned. Ridge's eyes opened slightly. Only slightly. Confusion crossed his face. Then recognition. His gaze settled on Clara. For a moment neither spoke. Then Ridge whispered one word. The sheriff frowned. Ridge tried to sit up. Pain stopped him immediately. His face tightened. Clara moved closer. His eyes focused on her. Fear lived there. Real fear. Not for himself. For her. That terrified her more than the injuries. Ridge swallowed. His voice barely carried. The sheriff leaned forward. Ridge looked directly at Clara. The world seemed to stop. Everything. The wind. The room. Her heartbeat. All of it. Ridge closed his eyes briefly, gathering strength. Then opened them again. His voice cracked. Silence. Absolute silence. The sheriff stared. Clara couldn't breathe. Worked with Nathan. Not near him. Not around him. With him. The distinction mattered. Very much. Ridge continued. The word sent a chill through every person present. Because now the story changed. Again, Nathan wasn't simply a victim. He might have known something. Something important. Something worth killing for. The possibility hit Clara hard. Harder than any threat. Harder than any debt notice. Harder than any mystery. Because she suddenly realized how little she actually knew about the final weeks of her husband S. life. Ridge drifted toward unconsciousness again. His strength was fading. Fast. Clara grabbed his wrist. His eyes focused weakly. For a second, something almost resembling amusement crossed his face. The question surprised her. Even now, even injured, the corner of her mouth moved slightly. Then he passed out. The sheriff exhaled slowly. Everyone agreed. By late afternoon they managed to transport Ridge to Clara's cabin. The journey was miserable. Slow. Painful. Dangerous. But they made it. Night settled across the mountains before the final wagon reached the yard. Inside the cabin, Clara immediately took control. Boiling water. Clean bandages. Needle and thread. Disinfectant. Practical work. Necessary work. The kind that prevented panic. Sheriff Reeves remained nearby. Watching. Thinking. Eventually he removed the brass button from his pocket. Placed it on the table. The tiny object suddenly looked important. Very important. Clara glanced toward it. The sheriff nodded. Outside, darkness swallowed the mountains. Inside, Ridge slept beside the stove. The fire cast soft orange light across the room. For the first time in days there was no immediate danger. Only questions. Many questions. The sheriff eventually departed, promising to return in the morning, promising to investigate further, promising things he genuinely intended to do. After he left, silence settled over the cabin. Only the fire remained awake. Hours passed. Clara sat at the table reviewing papers, comparing dates, names, transactions, patterns. The work calmed her, until she noticed something. A detail so small most people would have missed it. Nathan S. notebook. The entry mentioning Mercer. Below it. Barely visible. Almost hidden between calculations. Another note. 3 words. Tiny. Written hastily. Meeting after shift. Clara frowned. She examined surrounding dates. Then froze. The meeting had been scheduled the night before the collapse. Her pulse accelerated. The witness. Mercer. Nathan. The mine. Everything suddenly seemed closer. Connected. Not randomly. Directly. Someone had arranged a meeting. and whatever happened afterward led straight into disaster. A weak voice interrupted her thoughts. Clara turned. Ridge was awake. Barely. But awake. His eyes remained fixed on the notebook. He pointed weakly toward Nathan's handwriting, toward the words meeting after shift. His face had gone pale again, yet determination burned through the exhaustion. Clara's heart pounded. Ridge looked directly at her, then delivered the revelation that changed the entire investigation. A pause. Pain crossed his face. The words settled over the cabin like falling snow. He was trying to expose somebody inside the company. Clara stared at Ridge. The fire crackled softly between them. Outside, winter wind brushed against the walls. Inside, everything suddenly felt different. Because if Ridge was right, the collapse at Blackstone Ridge had never been the entire story. It had only been the aftermath. The real story began before the tunnel fell, before the funerals, before the investigations, before 23 families lost fathers, husbands, and sons. Somebody inside the company had been hiding something, and someone else had discovered it. A witness. A man who had arranged a secret meeting with Nathan the night before the disaster. Ridge pushed himself upright. Immediately regretted it. Pain flashed across his face. Clara moved toward him. His voice was weak but stubborn. The answer irritated her, mostly because it sounded exactly like something she would say. She handed him a cup of coffee. Ridge accepted it carefully. The warmth seemed to bring a little colour back to his face. Not much. Just enough. Clara sat across from him. Nathan's notebook remained open on the table. The words meeting after shift seemed to glow beneath the lantern light. "What exactly did you find?" she asked. Ridge studied the page. A faint smile appeared, then vanished. Clara frowned. That answer made sense. Too much sense. Ridge leaned back carefully. His eyes drifted toward the fire. Clara listened closely. His expression hardened. Silence. A pause. Another pause. The room grew quieter. Important documents. Potential evidence. Potential motives. Potential threats. Someone had moved them before disaster struck. That was coincidence. That was preparation. Clara S. bookkeeping instincts immediately caught the implication. Ridge nodded. Neither spoke for several seconds. The realization settled heavily between them. If records disappeared before the collapse, then someone expected questions afterward. Expected investigations. Expected scrutiny. The disaster itself might have been accidental. The cover-up was T. That distinction changed everything. Clara looked down at Nathan S. notebook. A memory surfaced unexpectedly. Not dramatic. Not important at the time. But now it felt different. Ridge looked up. She searched her memory. The mountain man immediately focused. Her fingers traced the edge of the notebook. Ridge's expression sharpened. The answer frustrated her. It always had. Nathan rarely brought work home. Especially problems. Especially dangerous ones. He believed protecting his family meant carrying burdens alone. Many men believed that. Many men were wrong. Ridge stared into the fire. Thinking. Calculating. Clara looked up. His voice remained calm. Practical. The statement carried experience. Hard-earned experience. Clara considered that. It was true. Very true. Small discrepancies disappeared easily, especially among exhausted miners, especially when management controlled records. The possibility bothered her, because bookkeeping fraud wasn't random. It required planning. It required access. It required trust. And most importantly, it left a paper trail. Eventually. The question was where? The next morning arrived bright and painfully cold. Fresh snow covered the mountains. The storm had finally passed. For the first time in days, sunlight touched the cabin windows. Ridge was already awake when Clara descended from the loft. She found him sitting at the table, reviewing documents. Of course. Normal people recovered from injuries. Ridge apparently investigated conspiracies. He glanced up. Clara looked at the papers, then at him. The mountain man almost smiled. Almost. She shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet somehow the sight eased something inside her. A small thing. A quiet thing. The cabin no longer felt quite as empty as it once had. The realization caught her off guard. Fortunately, Ridge seemed too focused to notice. He pointed toward one of Nathan's notebooks. Clara stepped closer. Rows of figures filled the page. Feed purchases. Equipment repairs. Household expenses. Nothing unusual. Then she noticed the marks. Tiny symbols. Small circles beside certain entry. Very similar to the symbol beside Nathan S. name in the payroll ledger. Her heartbeat quickened. Ridge nodded. They compared pages. The pattern slowly emerged. Nathan marked specific transaction. Not all of them. Only certain ones. The circled entries shared one thing. Cash payments. Always cash. Always unusual. Always connected to Blackstone Ridge. The realization arrived gradually. Then all at once, Nathan wasn't simply recording expenses. He was tracking something. Deliberately. Secretly. Carefully. Clara looked at Ridge. The mountain man answered immediately. The certainty startled her. His eyes remained fixed on the notebook. The room seemed smaller. More intimate. More dangerous. Because suddenly her husband was merely part of the story. He stood near the center of it. A man who had discovered something important. A man who never lived long enough to explain it. A knock interrupted them. Both looked toward the door. Sharp. Firm. Unexpected. Ridge immediately reached for his rifle. Instinct. Training. Experience. Clara moved to the window. Sheriff Reeves stood outside. Alone. Good. Mostly. She opened the door. The sheriff entered carrying a thick folder. His expression looked grim. Very grim. Reeves removed his hat. Then placed the folder on the table. Nobody spoke. The sheriff opened the folder. Inside lay copies of company records. mining permits, payroll summaries, land acquisitions. Several pages carried official state seal. Others did not. Reeves pointed toward one specific document. Clara examined the page. At first it appeared ordinary. A legal complaint. Dated 4 years ago. Filed against Blackstone Ridge Mining Company. Then she saw the signature. Ridge Calloway. Her eyes widened. Ridge nodded. The sheriff continued. Clara did. And froze. Because beneath Ridge's signature appeared another name. A supporting witness. A sworn statement. A miner willing to testify. Elias Mercer. Silence filled the room. Not Joseph Miller. Not a ghost. Not a fake property owner. Elias Mercer. A real man. A real witness. A real signature. The proof hit like lightning. For months Clara had chased a shadow. Now the shadow suddenly possessed a face. A history. A purpose. The sheriff pointed toward another line. Ridge frowned. Clara looked up. The sheriff's jaw tightened. The room grew very quiet. Because everyone understood the implication. The real Mercer never withdrew anything. Someone withdrew it for him. Someone who wanted him silent. Someone who succeeded. Ridge leaned forward despite obvious pain. The sheriff checked. Then his face darkened. Very dark. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The timing was impossible to ignore. Mercer prepares to testify. The complaint disappears. 3 days later the mine collapses. 23 men die. A witness vanishes. Records disappear. The pattern finally looked less like corruption and more like strategy. Then Clara noticed something else. Something buried near the bottom of the statement. A location. Just one sentence. Small. Easy to miss. Her pulse accelerated immediately. The men looked at her. She pointed. Both followed her finger. The statement referenced a place. Not a town. Not an office. A location. A meeting place. Copies secured beneath survey marker 12 if anything happens to me. The room went silent. Absolute silence. Then Sheriff Reeves slowly looked up. Ridge did the same. Nobody needed to see it. Everyone understood. Mercer had hidden evidence. And after 3 years, they finally knew where to start looking. The problem was that Survey Marker 12 sat deep inside Blackstone Ridge territory, on land now controlled by the bank. And if someone had been willing to kill for those records once, they would almost certainly kill for them again. Nobody slept much that night. The discovery of Survey Marker 12 changed everything. For the first time since Ridge had appeared on Clara S.'s doorstep carrying a broken watch and old wounds, they possessed something tangible. Not a rumour. Not a suspicion. A location. A place where Elias Mercer believed evidence would survive if he didn't. That possibility was powerful. And dangerous. Because if Mercer had hidden copies of company records before disappearing, those documents might finally explain why men died. Why witnesses vanished. Why false names appeared on death certificates. Why the bank suddenly wanted land connected to Blackstone Ridge. And perhaps most importantly, why someone was willing to kill to keep the past buried. By dawn, Ridge was already arguing. Clara poured coffee into a tin cup. She raised an eyebrow. The statement irritated her immediately, mostly because it came from concern. And concern was difficult to argue with. Last time Mott checked, Mort survived 36 winters without your supervision. Sheriff Reeves hid a smile. Ridge noticed. His expression darkened. The sheriff wisely focused on his coffee. Ridge's voice remained calm. Dangerously calm. Neither was Clara. A brief silence followed. Hard to argue with that. She continued. Another pause. Another. The mountain man stared at her. Clara met his gaze without blinking. If we re-walking into danger, we re-already there. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Sheriff Reeves sighed. Ridge looked annoyed. Reeves looked unapologetic. The sheriff shrugged. A pause. Another pause. To Clara S.'s satisfaction, Ridge finally surrendered. Not happily, but completely. 2 hours later they left the cabin. 3 riders. 1 destination. Survey Marker 12. The journey took them through difficult country. Snow-covered ridges. Narrow mountain trails. Frozen streams hidden beneath drifting ice. Blackstone Ridge territory had never been welcoming. Now it felt openly hostile. The abandoned mine sat somewhere beyond the mountains, invisible from their route. Yet its presence lingered, like a wound that never healed properly. Around noon they stopped near a rocky overlook. Ridge studied an old survey map. His injuries clearly troubled him. Every movement remained careful, measured, painful. Yet he never complained. Clara noticed. Of course she noticed. She also noticed the way he quietly adjusted his position whenever he thought nobody was watching. The way he favoured one side. The way he occasionally lost focus for half a second when pain surged unexpectedly. Practical observations. Nothing more. Or so she told herself. The sheriff examined the map. Ridge pointed toward a distant tree line. The sheriff nodded. Then his expression changed. Instantly. Subtly. Dangerously. Clara asked. Reeves pointed toward the snow. Hoofprints. Fresh. Very fresh. Not theirs. Not old. Someone else had travelled this route recently. And not just one rider. Several. Ridge dismounted immediately, examining the trail. His face hardened. The same number. Again. The same number reported near Milleres Gulch. The same number likely responsible for his injuries. The same number appearing whenever danger surfaced. The pattern felt deliberate. Because it probably was. The sheriff checked his rifle. Nobody liked that answer. But nobody seemed surprised either. They continued. More carefully now. The mountains grew quieter. Even the wind seemed cautious. Around mid-afternoon they found Survey Marker 12. Or what remained of it. The marker itself stood beside a rocky slope overlooking a narrow valley. A weathered wooden post. Half buried in snow. Old. Forgotten. Unremarkable. Which made it perfect. Mercer had chosen well. Ridge approached first. His eyes scanned the terrain. The sheriff watched the trees. Clara studied the marker. Then noticed something strange. A small metal nail protruded from the back. Odd. Very odd. Survey markers didn't require nails. Not there. Not in that position. She brushed away accumulated snow. The nail moved. Slightly. Not a nail. A handle. Her pulse quickened. The men turned. Clara pulled gently. A narrow wooden panel slid free. Hidden inside the post. A compartment. Small. Clever. Invisible unless someone knew where to look. Silence settled over the mountains. Because suddenly Mercer seemed very real. Very careful. Very afraid. Inside the compartment rested a leather packet. Wrapped in oilcloth. Protected against weather. Protected against time. Protected against discovery. At least until now. Ridge carefully removed it. Nobody spoke. The moment felt too important. Slowly he opened the packet. Documents. Dozens of them. Letters. Financial reports. Company memoranda. Payroll records. Inspection notices. Years of records. Years of secrets. The sheriff exhaled heavily. Clara's hands trembled slightly as she examined the first page. Not from fear. From realization. Because they had found it. Actual evidence. Real evidence. The kind people killed for. The kind courts couldn't ignore. The kind that changed lives. Then Ridge unfolded a letter. His face immediately went pale. Not from injury. Shock. Real shock. Clara asked. Ridge handed her the page. She read quickly. Then stopped. Read again. Then stared. The letter carried Blackstone Mining Company letterhead. Dated 2 weeks before the collapse. Signed by a senior company executive. The content was short. Brutally short. Reduce labour costs immediately. Delay structural repairs until next quarter. Maintain production quotas regardless of complaints. The room seemed to tilt. There it was. Not an accident. Not uncertainty. Not negligence hidden behind bureaucracy. A conscious decision. Money over safety. Profit over lives. Clara felt anger rise. cold, focused, unforgiving. 23 men. Reduced to numbers on a balance sheet. Then she noticed another name. A signature authorizing payment transfers. Not a mining executive. Not a foreman. Not a state official. Edwin Harrow. The banker. Nobody spoke. Nobody needed to. The connection now existed in black ink. Clear. Direct. Dangerous. And then the first rifle shot shattered the silence. The bullet struck the survey marker. Wood exploded beside Clara's head. Everyone dropped instantly. A second shot followed. Then a third. Snow erupted nearby. The mountains echoed with gunfire. Down, Reeves shouted. Ridge already had his rifle. The sheriff crawled behind a rock. Clara pressed against the frozen ground. Her heart hammered. Not from surprise. From timing. They had been followed. Of course they had. The evidence packet suddenly felt heavier than gold. More valuable than land. More dangerous than dynamite. Another shot cracked through the valley. Closer this time. Ridge fired back. Once. Twice. Then silence. Temporary silence. The worst kind. Because nobody knew where the attackers were moving. Only that they were moving. The sheriff risked a glance. Immediately ducked again. 3. Not 4. Which meant one was somewhere else. The realization hit Clara instantly. Too late. A voice sounded behind them. Close. Very close. Every muscle in her body froze. The voice came from less than 20 feet away. Hidden among the rocks. Patient. Waiting. Watching. And when Clara slowly turned her head, she saw the barrel of a rifle aimed directly at Ridge's chest. The man holding it smiled. Then spoke a sentence that made Clara's blood run cold. For one terrible second, nobody moved. Snow drifted lazily through the air. The rifle remained pointed at Ridge's chest, and the man behind it smiled. Not because he enjoyed violence, because he believed he had already won. That made him far more dangerous. The stranger stood halfway up the slope behind them. Heavy coat. Dark beard. Expensive boots. Not a miner. Not a labourer. A man accustomed to giving orders. His rifle never wavered. Ridge remained perfectly still. The evidence packet rested in his left hand. His rifle in the right. Neither moved. Neither blinked. The tension felt physical, like a wire stretched to its breaking point. The stranger spoke again. Sheriff Reeves slowly rose from behind a rock. The man immediately shifted the rifle. Not you. Sheriff. His smile widened slightly. Reeves stared at him. Then recognition flashed across his face. A dangerous kind of recognition. The stranger nodded. Clara's pulse accelerated. The sheriff knew him. That was important. Very important. Who is he? She asked. The answer came quietly. The name meant nothing to Clara. At first. Then memory surfaced. Not from recent events. From years ago. Nathan mentioning a company accountant. A man who travelled between offices. A man nobody liked. A man who always seemed to know more than he should. Thomas Greer. The realization hit immediately. Not a banker. Not a mine foreman. Not a labourer. An accountant. A keeper of records. A keeper of secrets. Greer's smile widened as he noticed recognition in her eyes. The rifle remained steady. The mountains felt suddenly silent. Very silent. Greer nodded toward the evidence packet. Ridge spoke for the first time. The single word carried enough weight to stop most conversations. Not this one. Greer laughed. A short laugh. A confident laugh. The kind people used when they believed power protected them. Ridge's expression remained unreadable. Greer's smile faded slightly. Everything stopped. Completely. The words echoed across the snowy valley. Nobody breathed. Nobody moved. Not even the wind. Clara looked toward Ridge. The mountain man's face became stone. Absolute stone. No emotion. No reaction. Nothing. Which somehow felt worse. Far worse. Because grief she understood. Anger she understood. Silence like this. Silence like this came from wounds too deep for ordinary pain. Greer seemed satisfied. as though he had intentionally struck something fragile, something sacred, something he enjoyed breaking. The realization made Clara hate him instantly. Not because of what he knew, because of how he used it. The sheriff's voice hardened. Greer ignored him. His attention remained fixed on Ridge. Ridge finally spoke. Greer shrugged. The casualness of it made Clara's stomach turn. The answer was not a denial. The sheriff noticed too. Everyone did. Greer continued. A pause. Another. There it was. Confirmation hiding inside arrogance. Mercer had been silenced. Not because he was wrong. Because he refused to cooperate. Greer nodded toward the packet again. Nobody moved. Then something unexpected happened. Clara stood. The movement shocked everyone, including Ridge, including the sheriff, especially Greer. His rifle shifted slightly. Only slightly. Enough. Mrs. Whitmore, Greer said. His tone suddenly became polite. That frightened her more than the threats. Because politeness was the language men like him used before destroying people. Clara remained standing. Greer's eyes narrowed. She almost laughed. The statement sounded absurd. Coming from him. After everything. After the threats. After the forged records. After the deaths. Her voice remained calm. The mountains seemed to listen. Greer's smile disappeared entirely. Good. Clara continued. Nothing. A flicker. Another flicker. There. The reaction. Tiny. Almost invisible. But real. She saw it. So did Ridge. So did Sheriff Reeves. The accusation touched something. Not guilt. Fear. Interesting. Very interesting. Greer recovered quickly. But not quickly enough. The damage had been done. Because Clara suddenly understood something. Thomas Greer was the man in charge. He never had been. Men like Greer managed books, moved money, destroyed records, protected powerful people. They didn't create power. They served it. The realization struck hard. Very hard. Someone bigger existed. Someone still hidden. Someone Greer feared. And suddenly Clara Kanoeve kept exactly where to look. Edwin Harrow. The banker. The land purchases. The debt notices. The pressure. The property acquisitions near Blackstone Ridge. Everything pointed toward him. Everything. Greer saw the understanding appear on her face. For the first time all afternoon. He looked worried. Only for a second. But she saw it. That was enough. The rifle shifted again. A mistake. A tiny mistake. Ridge moved instantly. The shot exploded through the valley. Snow erupted. Greer staggered backward. Not hit. Surprised. Ridge had fired first. Not at him. At the rock beneath him. Stone shattered. Greer lost footing. The rifle discharged wildly. The bullet vanished into the sky. Sheriff Reeves moved simultaneously. The lawman tackled him. Both men crashed into the snow. The rifle spun away. Chaos erupted. Another attacker appeared on the ridge. Then another. Gunfire exploded across the mountain. Ridge fired. The sheriff fought. Clara grabbed the evidence packet. Everything happened at once. One of the attackers saw her. Immediately. And started running. Straight toward her. Not toward Ridge. Not toward the sheriff. Toward the documents. Of course. The records mattered more than anything else. More than revenge. More than witnesses. More than murder. Because records survived. Records testified. Records remembered. The attacker closed distance quickly. Too quickly. Clara turned and ran. Snow exploded beneath her boots. The evidence packet remained clutched against her chest. The man shouted behind her. Closer. Closer. Too close. Then a rifle cracked. The attacker collapsed. Face first into the snow. Motionless. Clara stopped. breathing hard, her heart pounding. She turned. Ridge stood 30 yards away, rifle lowered. Smoke drifting from the barrel. Their eyes met. For one brief moment everything else disappeared. The gunfire. The mountains. The danger. All of it. Only one thing remained. Trust. Not spoken. Not declared. Earned. Built through storms. Through grief. Through work. Through truth. Then reality returned. Fast. The remaining attackers fled, vanishing into the trees. Sheriff Reeves rose from the snow, dragging Thomas Greer with him. The accountant's face was bruised, bloody, furious, but alive, very alive. The sheriff forced him to his knees. Greer laughed. Actually laughed. Blood stained his teeth. The sound unnerved everyone. Because it wasn't the laugh of a defeated man. It was the laugh of someone who knew something. Something important. Something terrible. Ridge approached slowly. Greer's eyes settled on Clara. Then on the evidence packet. Then on Ridge. The smile returned. Worse than before. Nobody spoke. Greer leaned forward slightly and delivered the revelation that shattered everything they thought they knew. The valley went silent. Clara felt her pulse stop. Greer's smile widened. The world seemed to tilt beneath Clara's feet. Nathan Whitmore wasn't killed because he discovered the theft. He was killed because he discovered who owned the mine. For a moment nobody spoke. Not Ridge. Not Sheriff Reeves. Not even Thomas Greer. The words hung in the frozen air like smoke. Impossible. And yet, the longer Clara stared at Greer, the more she feared it was true. Because men like him lied when it helped them. But they also bragged when they believed victory was inevitable. And despite being handcuffed, bruised, and kneeling in the snow, Thomas Greer looked strangely confident. The sheriff grabbed his coat collar. Greer laughed again. The sound scraped across Clara's nerve. His eyes settled on Ridge. Then he looked directly at Clara. Ridge stepped forward. Danger radiated from him now. Cold, controlled, deadly. Greer's smile widened. Silence. Absolute silence. Then the sheriff spoke. Greer nodded slowly. The answer made no sense. At first. Then Clara felt something click. A connection. A pattern. Something buried beneath years of paperwork. The bank. The land purchases. The debt notices. The mysterious acquisitions. The hidden ownership. Her pulse accelerated. Everyone looked at her. Clara stared at Greer. Then at Ridge. Then at Sheriff Reeves. Nobody spoke. She continued. The realization spread across their faces. Slowly. Then all at once. Greer laughed. Because she was right. Years of bookkeeping. Years of studying numbers. Years of noticing what others ignored. And now the truth finally revealed itself. The mine generated revenue. But ownership of the surrounding land generated power. Railroad routes. Timber rights. Water access. Future development. Future fortunes. The mine itself had merely been the excuse. Greer's expression confirmed everything. Very good. Mrs. Whitmore. The compliment felt disgusting. Clara's stomach tightened. Edwin Harrow. The banker. The man purchasing land around Blackstone Ridge. The man pushing families into debt. The man quietly expanding control over territory connected to the collapse. It all fit. Too perfectly. The sheriff looked stunned. Greer's smile faded. For the first time since his capture, uncertainty flickered. Interesting. Very interesting. The question mattered. More than anything. And suddenly Thomas Greer looked less eager to answer. Ridge noticed immediately. Greer remained silent. The mountain man's eyes narrowed. No response. Just enough. Enough to confirm everything. Ridge stepped closer. Silence. Nothing. There. The reaction. Tiny. Almost invisible. But real. Greer looked away, and in that moment everyone understood. The true target of the investigation had never been the mine. It had never been payroll theft, or forged records, or hidden witnesses. Those were symptoms. The disease sat higher, much higher. And suddenly Edwin Harrow appeared less like a greedy banker, and more like a terrified man protecting something enormous. The ride back to town took hours. Thomas Greer travelled in restraints. Sheriff Reeves never let him out of sight. The evidence packet remained with Clara. Nobody argued about that. Not anymore. The moment Greer entered the county jail, the atmosphere inside Iron Creek changed. News spread quickly, faster than winter wind. People whispered. Doors closed. Conversations stopped when deputies approached. Fear moved through town. Visible fear, which meant powerful people were nervous. That was useful. Very useful. By evening, Clara, Ridge, and Sheriff Reeves sat inside the sheriff's office. Documents covered every available surface. The evidence from Survey Marker 12. Nathan's notebooks. Property records. Bank transfers. Mining correspondence. Dozens of pieces. One giant puzzle. And for the first time, the picture began emerging. Clara reviewed deed transfers. Again. And again. And again. Her eyes burned from exhaustion. Yet something continued bothering her. One detail. One inconsistency. One number that refused to fit. She turned another page. Then froze. Completely. The room disappeared. The fire. The voices. Everything. Only the document remained. Ridge noticed immediately. Clara didn't answer. She couldn't. Not yet. Her heartbeat accelerated. The page shook slightly in her hands. Still nothing. Then she slowly placed the document on the desk. Sheriff Reeves leaned forward. She pointed. A property transfer. Ordinary at first glance. Boring even. The kind of record most people ignored. But Clara wasn't most people. And numbers never stopped talking to her. The sheriff examined the page, then frowned. He did. Still confused. Ridge looked too. Then his eyes narrowed. Understanding arrived. Fast. Very fast. The transfer occurred 11 days before the collapse. 11. Not after. Before. The sheriff looked up. Clara met his gaze. Silence. The realization landed heavily. Because if Harrow's Bank owned the land before the collapse, then the disaster didn't create the opportunity. The opportunity already existed. The sheriff slowly sat back. Exactly. Oh. Everything changed. Again. Because now a terrifying possibility emerged. One none of them wanted to consider. One none of them could ignore. What if the collapse wasn't a merely negligence? What if someone benefited from it? The room felt colder. Much colder. Nobody spoke for nearly a minute. Then Ridge broke the silence. The sheriff nodded. Clara agreed immediately. Because original documents mattered. Copies could be altered. Summaries could be manipulated. Original records remembered everything. The problem was obvious. Nobody answered. Then the sheriff sighed. Slowly. Heavily. Reluctantly. The room fell silent again. Because everyone understood what that meant. The records wouldn't be publicly accessible. They wouldn't be easy to obtain. And after Greer S. arrest, they might already be disappearing. That realization pushed Ridge to his feet. Immediately. Ignoring pain. Ignoring common sense. Ignoring medical advice. Clara stood too. The answer came instantly. And he was right. Unfortunately. Every hour increased the risk. Every hour gave Harrow opportunities. Every hour allowed evidence to vanish. The sheriff looked between them, then nodded. Decision made. No one argued. The plan formed quickly. Dangerously quickly. Because necessity often worked faster than caution. By midnight Iron Creek slept beneath fresh snow. Most windows remained dark. Most residents knew nothing. Yet 3 figures moved quietly through the frozen streets. Toward the bank. Toward the archive. Toward the answers. The building stood silent against the winter night. Large. respectable, powerful, exactly the way Edwin Harrow preferred. The rear entrance offered the best chance. The sheriff handled the lock. Ridge watched the street. Clara carried a lantern. Seconds later the door opened. Darkness waited inside. Dust. Paper. Secrets. Years of secrets. The archive occupied the basement. Rows of shelves. Hundreds of boxes. Thousands of records. Enough information to bury a town. Or save one. The search began immediately. Minutes passed. Then 20. Then 30. Nothing. 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 Then Clara found it. A black ledger. Hidden behind ordinary property files. No label. No official markings. Exactly the kind of book someone wanted forgotten. Her pulse accelerated. She opened it. The first page contained only names. Investors. Partners. Silent owners. The people truly behind Blackstone Ridge. And at the very top of the list, above every other name, above every executive, above every banker, above every company officer, sat a name that made Clara's blood run cold, because she knew it. Very well. And when Ridge looked over her shoulder, his face went completely pale. Not from injury. Not from fear. From recognition. Because the name belonged to the man who had signed the death notification sent to Ridge after his wife and daughter died. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The basement archive seemed to disappear around them. The shelves. The boxes. The dust-covered records. All of it faded into the background. Only the name remained. Ridge stared at the ledger as though it had reached out and struck him. His face had gone completely pale. Clara had never seen him look like that. Not when he was wounded. Not when Greer threatened him. Not even when discussing his wife and daughter. This was different. Much different. Her voice barely carried. The mountain man didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the page. The sheriff leaned closer. Still nothing. Then Ridge finally spoke. And the name that emerged felt impossible. The room fell silent. Clara frowned. The name meant nothing to her. The sheriff reacted differently. much differently. His expression hardened immediately. Oh, hell. Clara looked between them. The sheriff laughed once. A short, humorless laugh. Ridge slowly sat down, as though his legs had suddenly become unreliable. The sheriff nodded grimly. Clara's pulse accelerated. She had heard the name. Everyone had. Not personally. Not directly. But through newspapers, business reports, political discussions. Charles Voss controlled railroad routes across 3 states. Entire towns rose or died depending on where his tracks travelled. Men like Edwin Harrow were powerful. Men like Charles Voss created men like Edwin Harrow. The distinction mattered. Very much. Clara looked back at the ledger. The first page suddenly made horrifying sense. Silent investors. Hidden ownership. Layer upon layer of protection. A structure designed to conceal responsibility. And at the top sat a man wealthy enough to influence courts, banks, politicians, and newspapers. The sheriff carefully turned another page. Columns of numbers appeared. Land purchases. Transfer agreements. Investment schedules. Nothing unusual. Until Clara noticed a date. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly. The men looked up. She pointed. The sheriff followed her finger. Then froze. The entry was simple. 1 line. 1 transaction. 1 payment. Issued 4 days before the collapse. The amount was enormous. Nearly $50,000. Transferred from Voss Development Holdings. Recipient Iron Creek Bank. Purpose final acquisition preparation. Nobody spoke. Because nobody needed to. The meaning was obvious. The collapse wasn't the event. The collapse was the obstacle. The mine stood on land somebody wanted. Land already purchased. Land already promised. Land already included in future plans. The realization settled over them like a physical weight. Then Ridge slowly turned another page. And found something even worse. Maps. Railroad maps. Detailed route surveys. Future expansion plans. Engineering notes. The proposed railroad line passed directly through Blackstone Ridge. Directly. The exact location. The exact territory. The exact land. Everything. Clara felt sick. Not because of the money. Not because of the corruption. Because 23 men suddenly looked different. They weren't victims of neglect. They were obstacles. Human obstacles. Standing in the path of profit. The sheriff closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. The statement sounded confident. Nobody felt confident. Not yet. Because proving corruption and proving murder were very different things. The ledger was powerful. But they needed more. Much more. Then Ridge noticed something folded into the back cover. A sealed envelope. Old. Yellowed. Hidden. Carefully concealed. His pulse visibly quickened. The sheriff noticed too. Slowly Ridge opened it. Inside rested several pages. Handwritten. Signed. Witness statements. The first signature belonged to Elias Mercer. The second belonged to Nathan Whitmore. The room went silent. Absolutely silent. Clara's hands trembled. She stared at her husband's name. Not printed. Not copied. Signed. Real. Nathan S. handwriting. Nathan S. signature. Nathan S. voice reaching across 3 years. Tears immediately blurred her vision. She blinked them away. Not now. Not yet. The sheriff carefully examined the statement. Then looked up. Clara took the pages. Read. And everything changed. Nathan and Mercer had discovered falsified geological reports. Reports proving portions of the mine were unsafe. Reports deliberately altered before submission. The modifications had one purpose: keep operations running until railroad negotiations were finalized. The statement named people. Specific people. Specific meetings. Specific approvals. Specific payments. Everything. The evidence wasn't circumstantial. It was devastating. Then Clara reached the final paragraph and stopped breathing. Nathan had written one final sentence. Just one. If anything happens to Mercer or me, look at the railroad contracts. The room disappeared again. Because suddenly everything connected. Every piece. Every secret. Every death. Every lie. The sheriff slowly stood. Ridge nodded. Immediately. No delay. No hesitation. No mistakes. For the first time in 3 years they possessed enough evidence to expose everyone. The problem was obvious. So did Harrow. Because the moment they emerged from the archive, they discovered the trap. The street outside was empty. Not anymore. Lanterns burned. Wagons waited. Men stood in the snow. A dozen at least. Perhaps more. Deputies. Bank employees. Several town officials. And at the centre of them all, Edwin Harrow. The banker stood calmly beneath falling snow, hands folded behind his back, perfectly composed, as though he had expected them, which he probably had. His eyes settled on the ledger, then on the envelope, then on Clara. The smile appeared. Polite. Controlled. Cold. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The sheriff stepped forward. Harrow laughed softly. The banker looked almost sympathetic. The statement unsettled Clara immediately. Because Harrow didn't look defeated. He looked prepared. Very prepared. Then she noticed something else. The courthouse. Across the street. Every light illuminated. Every window glowing. Crowds gathering. People arriving. The entire town seemed awake. The sheriff followed her gaze. Understanding arrived instantly. Harrow smiled wider. His voice carried across the snow-covered street. The challenge hung in the air. A public confrontation. A public hearing. A public reckoning. Exactly the sort of event Harrow normally avoided. Which meant he believed he possessed an advantage. A significant one. The sheriff frowned. Harrow's smile never wavered. Nobody believed him. Not even slightly. Yet he seemed completely confident. Which worried Clara more than threats ever had. Because powerful men rarely risked public humiliation unless they believed victory was certain. The courthouse bell began ringing. Once. Twice. 3 times. Citizens emerged from homes. Businesses. Churches. Everywhere. Word spread rapidly. Something was happening. Something important. Within minutes, half the town filled the square. Watching. Waiting. The stage was set. The evidence existed. The witnesses stood ready. The truth finally had a voice. Yet as Clara looked across the growing crowd, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. Thomas Greer stood there, free. No handcuffs. No deputies. No jail. Standing beside Edwin Harrow. Smiling. And suddenly Clara realized the final battle had already begun. Snow fell softly over Iron Creek. The courthouse bell continued ringing. The entire town seemed to gather beneath the winter sky. Men who had worked the mines. Widows who had buried husbands. Merchants. Ranchers. Teachers. Church elders. Families. People who had spent years living beside unanswered questions. And now those questions stood in the middle of town holding a black ledger. Clara felt the weight of every eye upon her. But she no longer felt afraid. Tired. Yes. Angry. Certainly. Heartbroken. Always. But not afraid. Not any more. Across the square, Edwin Harrow stood beside Thomas Greer. The banker looked perfectly composed. The kind of man who had spent years practicing confidence. The kind of man who believed wealth could survive any accusation. The kind of man who had probably survived many. Sheriff Reeves stepped forward. Harrow smiled. The answer drew murmurs from the crowd. Not because people believed it. Because they didn't. Not anymore. Too many strange things had happened. Too many deaths. Too many secrets. People were beginning to think. And once people started thinking, powerful men became nervous. The courthouse doors opened. Judge William Mercer emerged. A heavy-set man with silver hair and a reputation for caution. He looked irritated. Cold. Sleep-deprived. And very aware that half the county now stood in front of his building. His voice echoed through the square. Nobody answered immediately. Then Clara stepped forward. Not Ridge. Not the sheriff. Clara. Because she suddenly understood something important. For years, powerful men had spoken for everyone else. Lawyers. Bankers. Executives. Judges. Politicians. Today somebody ordinary needed to speak. Somebody who had paid the cost. She climbed the courthouse steps. Snow gathered on her coat. The crowd watched silently. Harrow's smile faded slightly. Good. Clara looked directly at the judge. Judge Mercer frowned. The answer came easily. A pause. Another. The square went silent. Completely silent. The judge's expression changed immediately. No longer irritated. Concerned. Very concerned. Clara handed him the witness statement. Nathan S. statement. Mercer S. statement. The railroad records. The ledger. Every piece. The judge read. Then read again. His face slowly lost colour. By the time he reached the final page, his hands were trembling. That reaction told everyone exactly how serious the documents were. The crowd noticed. So did Harrow. For the first time all night, genuine worry appeared in the banker's eyes. Small. Brief. But real. Judge Mercer looked up. Sheriff Reeves stepped forward. Ridge followed. The judge swallowed. Then turned toward Harrow. The banker smiled. The performance returned immediately. Of course it did. A few people nodded. Others didn't. Harrow continued. His voice remained smooth. Polished. Professional. That was the strategy. Confusion. Doubt. Complexity. The same strategy powerful people always used. Because uncertainty protected them. Clara expected it. She had prepared for it. Slowly she removed Nathan S. notebook, then placed it beside the ledger. The crowd leaned closer. Curious. Interested. Listening. Good. Very good. Because numbers spoke clearly when somebody translated them. And Clara Whitmore understood numbers better than anyone in Iron Creek. She opened the notebook. Then the ledger. Then another record. Then another. Page after page. Transfer after transfer. Payment after payment. The pattern emerged. Simple. undeniable. The same money moved repeatedly through different accounts. Different companies. Different names. Always ending in the same place. Always. People began whispering. The whispers grew louder. Then louder still. Because suddenly ordinary townspeople could see it too. Not just lawyers. Not just accountants. Everyone. The theft. The hidden ownership. The land purchases. The railroad profits. The entire scheme unfolded before their eyes. Harrow's confidence weakened visibly. His smile vanished. The crowd noticed. The judge noticed. Most importantly, the widows noticed. 23 widows stood scattered throughout the square. Women who had spent years accepting official explanations. Women who now understood those explanations had been lies. One by one they stepped forward. Not speaking. Not shouting. Simply standing together. The sight carried more power than any speech. Harrow saw it. And for the first time, he looked afraid. Real fear. The kind money couldn't solve. Then Thomas Greer made a mistake. A fatal mistake. He laughed. The sound echoed through the square. Mocking. Dismissive. Cruel. And suddenly people remembered who he was. The accountant. The man connected to missing records. Missing witnesses. Missing money. A miner stepped forward from the crowd. Then another. Then another. Soon half a dozen men stood facing Greer. Not threatening. Not violent. Just present. Living reminders of people he had cheated. The balance shifted. Everybody felt it. Greer felt it too. His confidence evaporated. Judge Mercer raised a hand. Silence returned. The judge looked toward Harrow. Then toward Greer. Then toward the evidence. Finally he spoke. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. The judge continued. The words landed like thunder. Harrow closed his eyes briefly. Just briefly. But Clara saw it. Defeat. At last. Real defeat. The banker understood. The system protecting him had broken. Too many witnesses. Too much evidence. Too much public attention. The truth had become impossible to bury. Deputies moved forward. This time nobody stopped them. Not Harrow. Not Greer. Not anyone. Handcuffs clicked shut. The sound echoed across the square. A simple sound. Yet somehow it felt like justice. Long overdue justice. The crowd slowly began talking. Then cheering. Then crying. Some people hugged. Others simply stood quietly. Processing. Healing. Beginning. Because justice did not erase grief. It never could. But it could acknowledge it. And sometimes acknowledgement mattered almost as much. Hours later the square emptied. Snow continued falling. The courthouse lights finally dimmed. Only a few people remained. Clara stood alone beside the church hill. Nathan's grave rested beneath a blanket of white. The world felt strangely quiet. Peaceful. For the first time in years. Footsteps approached behind her. She didn't turn immediately. She already knew. Ridge stopped beside her. Neither spoke. The silence felt comfortable now. Not awkward. Not lonely. Comfortable. The way silence feels when trust exists. Eventually Clara smiled softly. Ridge looked toward the grave. She glanced at him. His expression remained thoughtful. The answer surprised her. Then she understood. Nathan had started this fight. Mercer had continued it. Ridge had carried it. And now it was finally over. Finished. Completed. The mountain man reached into his coat. Then removed the broken pocket watch. The watch that had hung from his hand during the storm. The watch he carried everywhere. The watch that had stopped years ago. Clara looked at it. Then at him. Ridge studied the watch. A faint smile touched his face. Sad. Warm. Honest. His wife. His daughter. Of course. The answer hurt. Yet somehow it also felt beautiful. Because grief remembered. That was what grief did. Clara carefully took the watch. Turned it over. Examined the mechanism. Years of repairing small household tools had taught her patience. The damage wasn't severe. Just old. Neglected. Quietly she opened the back plate. Adjusted one bent gear. Then another. Ridge watched curiously. She smiled. 30 seconds later she wound the stem. Once. Twice. 3 times. The watch ticked. A tiny sound. Barely audible, yet somehow enormous. Ridge froze. The watch ticked again. And again. And again. For a long moment neither spoke. Then Clara handed it back. The mountain man stared at it. His eyes glistened slightly. Not from weakness. Not from sorrow. From healing. A different thing entirely. The snow continued falling. Soft. Gentle. Quiet. Months later spring arrived. The mountains turned green. Wildflowers covered the slopes. The lawsuits continued. The investigations expanded. The railroad contracts collapsed. Charles Voss faced federal scrutiny. Edwin Harrow lost everything. Thomas Greer agreed to testify. The families received compensation. Not enough. Never enough. But something. The land around Blackstone Ridge passed into community ownership. No corporation controlled it anymore. No secret investors. No hidden schemes. Just people. Exactly as it should have been. And high above the valley, Clara's cabin remained standing. Stronger than before. The roof repaired. The barn expanded. Fresh paint on the porch. Smoke drifting peacefully from the chimney. Home. Real home. One evening Clara stood outside watching the sunset. A familiar sound approached. An axe splitting wood. Rhythmic. Steady. Reliable. She smiled. Ridge looked up from the woodpile. The beard remained. The scars remained. The quiet nature remained. Good. She would have wanted him any other way. The mountain man set down the axe. Then walked toward her. No grand speeches. No dramatic declarations. That was who they were. Instead he stopped beside her. Shoulder touching shoulder. Watching the mountains together. Partners first. Everything else afterward. The repaired pocket watch ticked softly in his pocket. A reminder. Not of loss anymore. Of time. Of second chances. Of lives rebuilt. Below them the valley glowed gold beneath the setting sun. Above them the mountains stood eternal. And for the first time in many years, two wounded hearts looked toward the future without fear. Not because the past had disappeared. Because they had survived it. Together. And in the warm light spilling from the cabin windows behind them, Clara finally understood something Nathan would have wanted her to know all along. A home was the place where grief ended. A home was the place where healing began.